suit light exercise. These movements help acclimate the body to lower pressure of the suit and help astronauts purge the excess nitrogen from their bloodstreams slowly to avoid getting the bends or decompression sickness. At nominal pressure, the suit is pressurized at 4.3 pounds per square inch, or PSI. For a little context, the PSI here on Earth is about 14.7. So that in 4.3 PSI, the suit is like what you would experience at an elevation of roughly 30,000 feet.
Houston, we are in step 7. Or waiting for step 7.
Airlock Houston, we copy. We're going to take a look at the HECA data. Expect about 10 minutes before step 7. Meanwhile, if not already complete, you have a go for steps 8 through 13.
Working step 8 to 13.
NASA astronaut Tom Marshburn is the crew suit up lead, backed by ESA astronaut Matthias Maurer. NASA astronaut Kayla Barron is designated as EV1, or extravehicular crew member 1, wearing the suit with the red stripes on the right of your screen, and Rasha Chari is EV2, wearing the suit with no stripes on the left. At the beginning of today's spacewalk, the two will be working on the starboard truss, or S4, at the 3A mass canister on the 3A power channel, installing the modification kit. They will then translate to the starboard truss S6 to tie back multi-layer insulation on spare battery charge-discharge units to support robotic replacement and relocation on our later spacewalk.
Station on 1 for the airlock. Woody, we would like already to report the serial numbers for the METOX canisters, just to save some time.
Houston copies, and we see in the video canisters 33 and 34. Those are good numbers.
Good numbers.
And we copy 1033 for Kayla EV1.
If you're just joining us, you're looking live into the Quest airlock of the International Space Station, where NASA astronaut Kayla Barron is suited up with the red stripe, and Rasha Chari in spacesuit with no stripes, preparing for today's spacewalk. Today's spacewalk will be the 247th spacewalk in support of the International Space Station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades. This spacewalk will be the second of Barron's career and the first for Chari on their first mission to the International Space Station. They both arrived as a part of Crew 3. NASA's SpaceX Crew 3 astronauts are in orbit following their launch to the International Space Station on the third commercial crew rotation mission aboard the microgravity laboratory. The International's crew of astronauts lifted off at 9:03 p.m. Eastern Time Wednesday from Launchpad Complex 39A at NASA's Kennedy Space Center in Florida. The duo are suited up and going through procedures before they head out of the hatch later this morning. Also in the airlock assisting is ESA astronaut Matthias Maurer and NASA astronaut Tom Marshburn, serving as suit-up lead.
Airlock Houston on 2 for HECA checkout.
During today's spacewalk, Barron and Chari will focus on the installation of a 3A modification kit and tieback multi-layer installation on spare battery discharge units to support robotic replacement or relocation at a later spacewalk.
Station on 1 for the airlock.
Airlock Houston, we had a successful HECA activation and checkout, so your go to perform step 7, and then your further go to perform the METOX replacement as called by step 15.
So we will perform step 7, and then we continue with the METOX.
Airlock Houston, no response required. We see 1034 for Raja, and we saw 1033 for Kayla. Those are good numbers.
If you're just joining us, welcome to Mission Control Houston. We're bringing you live coverage today of the 247th spacewalk in support of the International Space Station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades. We have an animation to show you what NASA astronauts Kayla Barron and Rasha Chari will be conducting and will be installing today during a spacewalk.
U.S. spacewalk number 79 will begin at the Quest airlock. U.S. astronaut Kayla Barron, Navy 1, denoted by the red stripes, will egress first and receive a very large IROSA modkit strut bag. U.S. astronaut Raja Chari in the plain white suit will egress second with a crew-like bag. After quick buddy checks, EV1 will head up to Phase 1 and out to the S4 integrated equipment assembly, pausing momentarily to drop her Fairlead green hook just inboard of the solar alpha rotary joint, and then continue her translation out to the S4 3 Alpha integrated equipment assembly, where she will stow the large IROSA mod kit strut bag and prep for the building of the upper triangle of the mod kit. Meanwhile, EV2 will follow EV1 up to Phase 1. EV2 will stop at the starboard seat cart, where he will temp stow a crew lock bag of tools and retrieve a foot restraint and a worksite interface extender known as a WIFAC, and then translate outboard, pausing momentarily to drop his Fairlead green hook just inboard of the solar alpha rotary joint. Continuing outboard, EV2 will cross over to the radiator side of the IEA and stow the foot restraint and the worksite interface extender into the worksite interface number 26. EV2 will then set up the foot restraint for optimum IROSA mod kit upper triangle installation, and then translate over to join EV1 to begin assembling the upper triangle. EV1 and EV2 will work together to build the upper triangle. The crew will build the triangular segment loosely, and then will tighten up the structure by driving the bolts to torque. EV2 will then translate over to and ingress the foot restraint. EV1 will reposition for the handoff, and EV1 will hand off the upper triangle to EV2. EV2 will lay back and work to soft dock the segment onto the beta gimbal assembly and then drive 4 bolts. EV1 will temp stow her PGT with a short socket on a local handrail, while EV2 will egress the foot restraint and bias it to the left-hand side. EV1 will go over to the bag and retrieve the left mid strut and work to pass this off to EV2 for a body restraint tether stow. EV2 will then re-ingress the foot restraint, while EV1 retrieves the long 8-foot lower strut from the bag and hands it to EV2. While EV2 holds the long lower strut, EV1 will reposition to the solar array blanket box, or SOB, for the install of the left lower strut. As a team, the crew will move the strut into position, and EV1 will begin driving this bolt by hand 4 turns. EV2 will then work to align and drive his bolt on the mounting bracket side 2 turns, and then EV1 will work to complete the torque on this bolt by driving with the pistol grip tool to a high torque, and then following with an even higher torque on the torque wrench. Once the bolt is deemed good, EV2 will be given a go to drive his bolt to torque using the pistol grip tool, and this completes our minimum config. EV1 will reposition to the beta gimbal assembly, and EV2 will hand off the telescoping mid-strut for install. EV1 will work to soft dock the side pad onto the BGA, while EV2 holds his clevis bolt side in place. EV1 will start her 4 bolt 2 turns with the pistol grip tool, and then EV2 will drive his clevis bolt to torque on the mounting bracket. EV1 will then complete her 4 bolts with her pistol grip tool, and then EV2 will drive his bolt to torque. EV2 will then egress and reposition the foot restraint to bias it to the right-hand side of the mod kit. The crew will then repeat the handoff sequence. First, the mid-strut for body restraint tether stow, foot restraint ingress, followed by handoff of the very long lower right strut. EV1 will then reposition to the right-hand side of the 3 Alpha Beta gimbal assembly, and an analogous install strategy will unfold. EV1 will position at the right SOB bearing for lower strut install and drive the lower strut bolt to torque. EV1 will drive his clevis bolts to the mounting bracket. EV1 will then reposition at the BGA, and they will hand off the right telescoping mid-strut following the same install strategy. Once complete, EV1 will translate onto the mid-strut and drive 2 collar bolts to torque to lock out the telescoping mechanism and rigidize the right-hand side. EV2 will then egress the foot restraint and begin to clean up. Once the multi-layer installation, or MLI, is fully closed and wires tied down, EV1 will reposition to repeat the collar bolt and MLI ops on the left-hand side. EV2 will then translate around the integrated equipment assembly and stow the tools back in the bag. He'll then fold it in up to third for ready for translation in later in the EVA. EV2 will then translate back around the IEA to the foot restraint and work to stow the foot restraint and the worksite interface extender on his body restraint tether. EV1, meanwhile, will translate over to the non-radiator side of the IEA to take some still imagery of the completed mod kit. EV1 will then translate out to S6 to our battery charge discharge unit. She will begin installing some wire ties on a handrail and prep for restraining the MLI, or multi-layer insulation that covers the battery charge discharge unit. Meanwhile, EV2 will translate out to the starboard CETA cart to stow the foot restraint and worksite interface extender low profile on the starboard CETA cart. EV2 will then retrieve the crew lock bag onto his body restraint tether and head back out to S6 to join EV1. Both crew will work together to open the multi-layer insulation covering the battery charge discharge units. This will allow for robotic access when needed in the future. They'll perform some on-orbit origami, board it to the shape of a triangle, and restrain it out with a wire tie to a local handrail. The crew will then work to break torque first on H1 followed by H2, and then restrain the other MLI back to open and expose the second battery charge discharge unit, and then work to break torque and reinstall to a known lower torque on the second battery charge discharge unit. Both crew then will clean up and retrieve the crew lock bag to the BRT, or body restraint tether, and begin to head inboard for the completion of the EVA. EV2 will lead the way in, since he led with second outboard, translate across the IEA, retrieve his fair lead green hook, translate under the MT, and at the CETA handrail bridge, translate nadir down to our airlock. EV1, in the meanwhile, will translate to the S4 IEA, retrieve the folded up mod kit bag, grab her fair lead green hook, translate past the CETA carts, hitting those brake pedals, down the CETA handrail bridge and to the airlock, concluding a very successful U.S. spacewalk number 79.
You're getting a live look inside the Quest airlock. You're getting a live look in the airlock where Baron and Chari are still preparing to go out later today for a spacewalk to complete maintenance for a 3A modification kit on the starboard truss at S4. The duo will be working at the starboard truss S4 for the 3A power channel, installing a modification kit where an IROSA or ISS rollout solar array will later be installed. NASA astronaut Kayla Barron is designated as EV1, wearing the suit with the red stripe to the right of your screen. Rasha Chari is EV2, wearing the suit with no stripes to the left of your screen. They're currently being helped by NASA astronaut Tom Marshburn as suit up lead and ESA astronaut Matthias Maurer. The crew is now getting their safers installed. The safer, or simplified aid for EVA rescue, is essentially a jetpack that will allow astronauts who wear them to perform The safer is worn as a precautionary measure in the unlikely event that an astronaut were to become untethered from the space station. The safer would allow the crew member to safely propel themselves back to the space station. Once the safers are successfully installed on the astronauts, they will be moved through the equipment lock portion of the airlock you see on the top of your screen, now into the crew lock section. The hatch will then be closed behind them, and the final preparations will begin to depressurize the crew lock all the way down to vacuum. They'll then complete suit checks and communication checks with the flight controls team here in Houston before venturing outside the hatch. The spacesuits you see the duo wearing are the EMUs, or extravehicular mobility units, which are essentially a mini life support system providing environmental protection, mobility, and communications for the crew members during their spacewalk. Later today in coverage, we'll have a special guest with us, Laura Kearney. Laura is the program manager for the newly created Extravehicular Activity and Human Surface Mobility Program. Laura will tell us a little bit about the future of spacesuits and how they'll affect Artemis missions. You're currently seeing Matthias Maurer and Tom Marshburn working together to install the safer on the back of Kayla Barron's spacesuit. Once installed, Barron will be moved through the equipment lock portion of the airlock you see and into the crew lock section. After her, we'll see the same happen for Chari. And when both are successfully into the crew lock section, the hatch will be then closed behind them, and the final preparations will begin to depressurize the crew lock all the way down to vacuum. They'll then complete suit checks and communication checks with the flight control team here in Houston before venturing outside the hatch. We are currently seeing Rashachari being fitted with his safer, and he will be next to move into the crew lock portion of the airlock. You just saw NASA astronaut Mark Vande Hei fly by. He has another important thing happening today on the International Space Station as he's breaking records. When the clock strikes 12:24 Eastern Time today, March 15th, Mark Vande Hei will claim the title of the U.S. astronaut with the single longest space flight in history. At a mission elapsed time of 340 days, 8 hours, and 42 minutes, Vande Hei will surpass the duration logged by NASA astronaut Scott Kelly back on March 2nd, 2013. You currently are seeing ESA astronaut, European Space Agency astronaut Matthias Maurer, and NASA astronaut Tom Marshburn helping Rasha Chari through to the crew portion of the airlock. So far, NASA astronauts Kayla Barron and Rasha Chari have completed pre-breathing and headed into the crew lock. The spacewalk today marks the 247th in support of International Space Station Assembly, Maintenance, and Upgrades. This will be Kayla Barron's second and Rasha Chari's first. Barron is EV1, or Extravehicular Crew Member 1, and she is wearing the suit with the red stripes with the helmet cam number 22. Chari, as EV2, will wear the suit with no stripes and has helmet cam number 16. We'll see those feeds later today.
Airlock Houston with a request for you.
Head on one.
Yes, it looks like we may have bumped the EV2's HECA. Can you go ahead and turn it off?
Line 54 says EMU TV power, check green LED is on. So we switch it on purpose.
Copy, checking. And Matthias, back with you on one. For step 54, that's the EMU TV power, not the HECA. So if you can go ahead and power on the EMU TV and power off OFF, the HECA.
And we also found this, and we just did this. Tom confirms the HECA is off on both, and the EMU TV is on both.
Copy.
We're currently in a loss of signal between satellites. You've seen a live view of the International Space Station Flight Control Room, where the Orbit 2 team is being led by Flight Director Mike Lammers. The Orbit 2 team, again, being led by Flight Director Mike Lammers. Next to him is Alex Kanalenkos, who's the Capcom this morning. And next to him will be Victor Glover, NASA astronaut, who will be ground IV today. Sandy Moore is the lead spacewalk officer. Once depressurization, we'll switch from hearing Alex to hearing Victor Glover communicate to the crew. And it appears now that the hatch is now closed. And as you see here, Tom Marshburn and Matthias Maurer are closing the hatch between the Quest airlock and the crew lock, where Barry and Chari will be isolated as depressurization occurs. Once the crew gets the go from the team in Houston, depressurization of the crew lock will begin.
Station on 1 for the airlock. Step 72 and 73 are complete.
Copy. We'll put steps 74 through 76 in work, and we'll let you know when the EV crew are hot mics.
You're taking step 74 to 76.
Good read.
Okay, copy.
Station Houston, the EV crew are hot mics.
Copy. Copy.
And we hear you both, EV1 and EV2, loud and clear.
And Houston, both EV crew members copy. They're now hot mics.
I had Alex loud and clear in U2 with you.
Got you both loud and clear as well. We stepped on each other, but I heard you both.
Good morning to you both. It's a great day for an EVA.
Morning.
Loud and clear. Ready to go. Roger. Check that the switch for the depress pump power is OFF. Correct. OFF. Depress pump enable LED is on. Enable is on. We're on the crew lock depress Q card. On the UIA. Houston, we're waiting for your go at 80.
Stand by. Station Houston, you have a go for depress on step 80. We'll see you on the crew lock depress repress Q card.
Copy, we're going step 80. We're now on the depress repress Q card. Roger, the UIA, switch the depress pump power to on. Wait 10 seconds. Copy. Switch is on. Wait 10 seconds. There's 10 seconds. So you can take the depress pump isolation valve to open and expect an alert turn. Copy. Going to open. You can both expect an alert turn when the crew lock gets to 6. Monitor your suit P gauge that stays less than 5.5. Let us know if it's not.
Roger.
Copy.
the suit, I assume that's the relief valve opening?
Yep, I hear it.
Flight controllers here in Mission Control Houston did a go, no-go for depressurization to begin, and we have begun depress. The depressurization of the airlock will be done in a two-stage process. First, they'll take the crew lock down to 5 pounds per square inch of pressure, at which point depressurization will be paused to do a systems check. Following this, depressurization will resume and continue all the way down to vacuum. Once vacuum is reached, the two spacewalkers will complete suit and comm checks before placing their spacesuit on internal battery power, officially marking the start of today's spacewalk. A U.S. spacewalk start and end time is measured from the time the crew places their spacesuit on internal battery power all the way up until the time repressurization occurs and they're back inside the crew lock following completion of their spacewalking task for the day.
for 6.0, waiting on 5.
Copy.
Maurer and Marshburn in the equipment section of the airlock continue to monitor depressurization on the Quest airlock, where NASA astronaut Kayla Barron and astronaut Rasha Chari are suited up and undergoing preparations to eventually venture outside. Crew is currently at 5.5 psi inside the crew lock. Again, they will pause around 5 pounds per square inch and begin system checks.
We see the crew lock pressure at 259. Roger, take the depress pump isolation valve to close and expect an alert turn.
Hey, it's closed.
All the DCMs for both of you. On the display switch, toggle status until leak check question mark is displayed, and then yes for 2 seconds.
One, two, leak check, wait.
EV2 is the check light.
Copy, and you'll just continue to follow the displayed instructions.
Roger. Leak check complete. Set O2 actuator to EVA, and that's in work.
And EV2 leak check complete, and working on the EVA O2 actuator.
Copy, 2 good leak checks, standing by for O2 actuator to EVA.
Houston copies. Good leak checks.
I'm in EVA.
Copy, Kayla, you're in EVA.
I'm in EVA as well.
Copy, 1 and 2, both in EVA. Roger, take the depress pump manual isolation valve to open and expect an alert turn.
Am I in work?
And after our call on good leak checks and good comm checks,
And now it's open.
Copy. The valve is open.
and after our call on good leak checks and good comm checks, the crew inside the crew lock will continue depressurization.
Remains less than 5.5. Let us know if it's not.
Roger.
Copy.
Next step will be at 2 psi.
If you're just joining us, this is Mission Control Houston, and we have you're looking live at the equipment lock section of the Quest airlock, where we've begun depressurization for NASA astronaut Caleb Barron and Rasha Chari in order to begin the 247th spacewalk on space station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades. You're currently looking at Matthias Maurer of ESA, or the European Space Agency, and Tom Marshburn of NASA in the equipment section, continuing to monitor the depressurization of the Quest airlock, where NASA astronaut Caleb Barron and Rasha Chari are suited up and undergoing final preparations before they head out of the station's hatch today for today's spacewalk.
Roger, we see we are just below 103. Roger, you can take the depress pump manual isolation valve closed.
Okay, it is closed.
Switch on the UIA, the depress pump power to OFF.
The depress pump on the UA is off.
Copy off. Report your initial tether configuration for egress.
So if you could move a little to your right.
Copy. All right.
And then if you've got good visibility to start, you can go first. Otherwise, I can start on mine.
I'll go on starts. I've got my hands on the airlock D-ring extender. I've got my large waist tether hook, gate closed, lock on block on that. Run to my small crew hook, which is gate closed, lock on block on my left D-ring extender on my body. Then you can pick up the rest. I got the right D-ring extender.
Okay. I'm looking at my right D-ring extender. I've got another small hook attached to my right D-ring extender. Gate closed, slider locked, block on black. I've got my red hook attached to my right D-ring extender. Gate closed, slider locked, block on black. My red reel is unlocked. My yellow hook is attached to my green reel. Gate closed, slider locked, block on black. My green reel is unlocked. My green hook is attached to my red reel, and it is unlocked, and my anchor hook is on my mini workstation.
Some back my side here.
I might be able to help you out with some of that if you need it.
I've got my eyes on my right waist ring, the right D-ring extender. On that, I see a red and white striped crew hook, gate closed, block on block. Run to a red reel, which is unlocked. That's the top of that red reel is a green crew hook, which is unlocked. The yellow hook from the red reel is attached to the green reel. Slider lock, block on black. Then off the green reel, I see my anchor hook, which is marked white ED2, gate closed, block on black, attached to your anchor hook, gate closed, block on black.
And one correction, that's attached to my waist tether.
That's my waist tether. So with that, I've got a load path to station, and you have a load path to me.
Yep, I agree.
And Houston Station, we see a good initial tether config, if you agree.
I have the room cable to shift to my body left, or is that going to pin you in?
For now you can. I'll probably need you closer to where you are now when I need to get to the hatch.
Okay, copy.
And airlock Houston on 1 for EV2.
You're kind of not.
We need both of your small hook from your waist tether, and both of your small hooks from your waist tethers.
Okay, so my right D-ring extender, I have 2 small hooks. One is both are gate closed, block on black. One runs to my mini workstation. That's my waist tether. The other one is the red and white striped one. That's the small hook, gate closed, block on black that runs to the red reel. What you're looking for?
Copy. Yep. Thanks for that. And then also the small hook on the. There is a waist tether on the airlock D-ring extender.
Yep. Yeah, I gave you that earlier, but sorry. The airlock D-ring extender, I have running to a large hook, gate closed, block on black, and the other end of that runs to my left D-ring extender, small hook, which is gate closed, block on black.
And I'm noticing we're kind of got these intertwined. Do you see that, Raja? Might be okay. Is this your waist tether? Fine. See how this is like wrapped? Is it okay if I fix that?
Yeah, I can't see it from here, but...
Okay. What I'm going to do is I'm going to unlock your waist tether small hook from your left D-ring extender and reattach it.
Okay.
Okay, your left tether small hook is attached to your left D-ring extender. Gate closed, slider lock, block on block, and we're not twisted up anymore.
Sounds good, thanks. I confirm I can still see the large hook still attached to the airlock D-ring extender. Now it's rig and pull all the way here, and I can see small hook, gate closed, block on black, my left D-ring extender.
Okay, Roger and Kayla, one more from Houston. So We believe that there is a spare waste tether in the airlock as well on that airlock D-ring extender, and that's the small hook that we're looking for. And then your green reel for EV2.
Sorry, yeah, it is, and it's back to itself on the airlock D-ring extender. Yeah, so both on the spare waste tether that's on the airlock D-ring extender, both the small and the large hook are both attached to the and it's looped back on itself intentionally. And both are gate closed, black on black. But the small hook, the large hook, is gate closed but not locked.
Small hook closed, locked, black on black. Copy, thank you. And the green reel is unlocked. Thank you for those.
And Houston, from the airlock, if you agree, we'll press on in step 12.
Okay, airlock Houston, you may continue with step 12.
Yeah, we're just waiting for the pressure to come down, and we'll press on. Thank you.
The crew just reported being down to 1 psi.
When it's time to open the hatch, I'm going to need to come neater, and I'm going to need your feet to go forward and or inboard so I can get down over the lever.
Okay, I can go inboard. That's far enough.
Yeah, that should be okay.
Matthias Maurer and Tom Marshburn, Matthias Maurer of the European Space Agency and Tom Marshburn of NASA, and the equipment section continue to monitor depressurization on the Quest airlock, where NASA astronauts Kayla Barron and Rasha Chari are suited up and undergoing preparations to venture outside the space station for today's spacewalk.
The .6 on the hatch gauge.
Copy. Copy. We see 31.6. Looking for 26.
Once at vacuum, we'll look for a call that will say that they've switched to internal battery power. This call will be the official start of the spacewalk this morning.
See you to 0.5 on the hatch gauge.
Copy. We see 27. Looking for 26.
Okay, I'll stand by.
Sensation from the airlock. We see ourselves at 26, and Kayla's reported 0.5 about a minute ago. I just want to double check with you. We're good for EVA hatch open.
And airlock, you have a go for EVA hatch open.
Kayla, you go to open the hatch and stow it.
Yep. So do you think you can roll onto your side a little bit?
Which way?
So that you're facing aft. Yep. That'll work. Okay. And the hatch is open. Hatch keep engaged.
Copy that. 14, step 14 is in order. Houston Station emergency IMPAV is closed. Kayla, Raja, Godspeed and have fun. And over to you, Houston.
Copy. Thank you, Tom, Matthias, Mark. Nice work getting us to this point. Kayla, Raja. Good morning, spacewalkers.
Morning.
Morning.
All right, we're picking up with the post-depress on your DCMs. Switch power to bat and stagger switch throws. Expect a warning tone.
TV1's in bat.
of that.
Copy, and switch display to Pro. Oh, copy EV1 and EV2 in BAT. And now you can switch display to Pro to verify a functional display.
EV1 functional.
EV2 functional.
All right, good news. Roger, on the UIA, switch power EV1 and EV2, 2 switches to off OFF.
Power 1 and power 2 are both off.
And check power 1, power EV1 and 2 LEDs, 4 LEDs total OFF.
4 LEDs are off.
Okay, EV1, EV2, you can demate the SCU from the DCM and install the DCM cover and then stow the SCUs in the pouch.
Stowed.
Copy, EV1.
EV2, it's off. Still working on stowing it.
Copy and work, EV2.
EV2 is off and stowed.
Copy, EV2. Confirm you're both ready to move on. They're stowed in the pouch.
Ready.
EV2 stowed in the house, ready.
Okay, Roger. Check the depress pump man ISO.
And at 7:12 a.m. Central Time, 8:12 a.m. Eastern, the 247th spacewalk in support of station assembly and maintenance and upgrades has begun. Bear and Chari now will work to open the thermal cover and make their way outside the space station hatch to begin their work for the day. The ground IV is NASA astronaut Victor Glover. You saw him on your screen previously. You're going to hear his voice as he speaks to the crew about the International Space Station. He'll be filtering information from the teams here in Mission Control up to the spacewalkers today.
EV1 and EV2 max hot. Now you can switch water on, ON. EV1, EV2, you can switch water on, ON.
On, water is on, ON.
EV2, water's on.
Check your DCM blank and bite light off.
DCM blank, bite light off.
Choose blank and bite light off.
Copy. Now you can set your TCV as desired. Let us know where, please.
And 5.
And copy EV1 TCV to 5.
And EV2's TCV 5.
EV2's 5 also. Okay, please report suit pressure gauge to Houston. And EV1, EV2, report suit pressure gauge.
EV1, 4.2.
To 4.4.
Copy 4.2, 4.4. Okay, set your visors as required. It is currently night. You're 10 minutes from sunrise and about to pass off the west coast of the United States.
Roger that. My visor's up for now.
Visor's up. My lights are on.
Also have my lights on.
All right, Kayla. You can open the hatch thermal cover. And I've got some detailed steps if you'd like those.
Are you to open the thermal cover?
Hey, firm, you have a go to open the thermal cover, and I've got some detailed steps if you need them.
I think I got it. But, Roger, could you either rotate onto your right side or your feet are kind of blocking my access? I need them. Show them if that's okay. There you go. I am releasing the thermal cover adjustable. Hold it first.
Copy, and just a reminder, when you attach the hook to the stowage tether point, we'd like you to cinch that strap snug until you have 6 Sharpie lines visible on the tail.
Okay. On the stowage point and cinching it now. 6 lines.
6 lines, thank you.
Thermal cover's open.
Looks great. When you're ready, you can egress the airlock. We recommend you position forward on the circular handrail.
Okay, it works.
And we now have confirmation that thermal cover is now open. Baron and Chari working to egress the space station. And you can now see on the top of your screen, Baron is now out of the space station. Baron is EV1.
Okay, I'm out, and I'm working on my anchor hook is attached to the forward airlock D-ring, gate closed, cider locked, black on black. I have a good safety tether pass, and I'm going to work on Raj's anchor hook.
Copy, and Rajas is going to the aft tube.
Just working on repositioning my FCU. I got snagged, I think, on the way out. Make sure I can get to that later.
Roger, your anchor hook is attached to the airlock aft D-ring. Gate closed, slider locked, black on black. When ready, you have a go to release your waist tether.
Copy. I've got to go to release my waist tether. Let me fix the FCU here first, and I'll work on that.
Okay, copy that. And Kayla, please turn on your HECA.
Doesn't work. It's on, green light.
Copy, thank you. And when you two are ready, Raja, I hear that you're working with the SCU, and then you and Kayla can coordinate transferring out the strut bag.
And I'm disconnecting my left waist tether from the airlock D-ring. And moving up to the strut bag.
Okay, yes, and you're going to transfer the strut bag out to Kayla. And Kayla, when you receive the strut bag, you're going to stow it on your BRT with the tape side of the handrail toward your feet.
Sure. And Raja, I got visibility under the airlock hatch. You're ready to help guide it through.
Okay.
Baron is EV1.
See if I can get the handrail towards you, and then I'll try to find it down there. It gets caught up on the hatch somewhere.
Okay. See the end coming down toward me?
And it looks like
now you're caught a little bit on the knob of the hatch lever.
I think the soft goods handle, but it's snagged over there.
Okay.
Feels like it's stuck. I can pull it more towards my end of the airlock and then lever it down.
Yeah, you could try pointing the outboard end of the bag towards the aft to kind of take advantage of that diagonal. Might help you get around the hatch knob. I could come back in a little bit if that would help, Roger.
I'm trying to... I need to get the other end towards me up higher. It's stuck in the hatching mechanisms of the inboard hatch, the IV side. I need to get that out.
I'm going to try reaching my hand up to see if I can help you, Raja.
Yeah, if you can push the whole thing up.
The whole bag up?
Baron and Chari are working together to get a strut bag so Chari can egress the hatch.
ISS aft.
Okay.
And that will give us more diagonal.
There you go.
Okay, now let's see if I can free it up. All right, there we go. Progress.
Okay, I'm going to get a little bit out of the way here. And you should be able to work that out here.
Yep. All right, I don't think I have the handrail the right way, but I can hold it in position here to get you rotated.
Okay. Let's come out a little bit more. Try to get a hand on it here. Okay, let's pause here.
Okay.
And I'd like to rotate it so I can see the handrail. Okay, I see the handrail. Now, Roger, I'm going to put my BRT red on it.
Ready? I'm not going to try to catch the one that comes back because I don't have eyes on it, but once it comes back in, I'll try to get it on the airlock Z-ring extender.
Okay. And it rotated out of the way while I was grabbing my ret, so...
I can spin it either way. I don't control it up here. You just tell me which way to rotate it.
I can see the handrail, but I need you to push the bag, no, not further out. Sorry. My end toward me, toward forward.
Okay.
Yep. And then we could... Yeah, that's good. I've got my BRT red on it. Two options, Roger. If you can reach the ret, you can remove it now. Otherwise, let's bring it out another foot or so, and I'll take it off.
I can't get to it. It's on the other side of the bag for me, so I can bring it out more.
Bring it out more. Okay, airlock red's removed and coming back.
All right, I saw it come back, good retraction.
Okay, Roger, now I'm going to reposition myself a little bit, but I've got the bag in my hand.
Take your time.
And I'm going to work on getting it on my BRT here. Still sort of in the hatch. I've got it on my BRT, so I'm going to pull it the rest of the way out.
Teamwork makes the dream work. Nice job working together, you two, to get EV3 out of the hatch there. And Roger, I heard you grab. Yeah, I heard that you grabbed your waist tether off that D-ring extender. So the next thing you're going to do is wait for Kayla to give you a go to egress, and then retrieve crew lock bag 1.
Copy. Yep, and I've got crew lock bag 1 already on my BRT ret, and I'm working on stowing the small end of the large swallow that was stowed onto the airlock D-ring extender. And while you're still on set, I'll see if I can get the strap bag ret down to this.
Okay. I'm going to change the orientation on my BRT in the jaws just because it doesn't quite want to stay where I want it. And work on getting it off to my side.
Okay, if I come out partway with my legs,
yep, you're go to come out, Roger. Big bag.
Okay, and I have a small ret that was holding the strap bag that's also attached to the airlock D-ring extender for when you come back.
Okay. And Roger, on your way out, there's a depress, repress cue card that's kind of thrown behind the hatch. You have to turn around. I don't know if you're able to, yaw around. It could come out to your waist.
I think I see it.
Yeah, if you could see that back in, probably shouldn't have even had it out. If not, we can get it at the end of the UVA, but probably be good to tuck it back in. And the sun's coming out, Roger, if you want to put your visor down.
Okay, thanks.
I'm going to increase my cooling a little bit.
Okay, that repress card is back behind the hatch.
Thank you, sir.
In EV1, EV2, or 15 seconds to a handover.
Roger.
And we're currently in a brief handover between satellites, which you're currently seeing International Space Station Flight Control Room.
Right here. Okay, I'll move away from you. That's crew card, the depress card floated out again, but we can, okay. Should be untangled now to toss it back up in there.
And I'm trying to get my coolant where I want it. I'm a little bit too far on it.
So I'm going to my crew lock bag set up.
Okay.
Wait for the crew lock bag to come back.
And Chari is now out of the hatch. Baron EV1, or extravehicular crew member 1,
No problem.
is wearing the suit with the red stripes. Chari is EV2, and he's wearing the suit with no stripes. Another way to keep track of the crew members today will be by their helmet cams. Barron has helmet cam number 22, and Chari has helmet cam number 16.
Got the crew lock bag.
Great to see it online, Mark.
So let me know when you feel like you're ready for buddy checks, Raja, and Ike, let us know if you're back with us.
Yep, I'm with you. And once, Raja, when you're done with the bag and you have a free finger, you can turn on your HECA.
Copy.
Ike,
And
the
Kayla.
thermal cover is closed.
Copy. Thermal cover closed. Thank you. And let's see. Can you verify the stiffener D-ring strap is not over the magnet?
It is not.
Okay. And you've got that long wire tie there if you need to use that free end of the hook around the soft goods handle. And just let us know. And if you guys remember where you tucked that cue card, we'll take that so we can remind you on the way back in to make sure it's still stowed.
It's just behind the thermal cover at the moment. It's tethered. It's just kind of in the way of the hatch actuating. Just need to tuck it in.
Copy. Thank you for that.
All right, ready for buddy checks if you are.
All right, Raja. I see green echo light. I don't see your WBS light, however. So the white button on your EMU TV.
We're going out before.
See, it's on now.
Done? Okay.
Your helmet lights are on. You've got 3 tabs up, 2 main workstation, 1 BRT. Both of your safer handles are down. And you've got the crew lock bag on your BRT. That looks really like a good position. And I think you got good eyes on your safety tether. Looks like you're in a good config there.
Copy.
And my baseline half check, half is dry.
Copy. And for you, I see 1, 2 TV lights on, HECA and TV. Both your lights are on. Just one of each if you want the floods for later. 1, 2, yaw your body. That's good. Okay, 3 tabs up. And 1. Safer handles down.
Okay.
And the strap bag looks good. It's a little tilted towards your head, but I think that's fine. And then wider at your feet, but looks like a good stable position, tucked in close behind your arm.
Yeah, I see it in your reflection. I think I'm okay with how that is.
Yeah, I think that's probably better if that's a little tighter in by your head, so it doesn't snag anything.
Okay.
And Raja, we'll
start translating if you are.
We'll take a buddy, a baseline half check from you.
Dry. Yep, half is dry. And gloves look good.
Okay, copy that. Nice job, you two. And Kayla, that's a big bag with a long moment arm, so, it's only going to stay put for so long, so don't fight too hard trying to keep that where it is. And if you two are ready to translate, you, Kayla, are going to the S3, S4 interface inboard of the Sarge, and you will be leading. Raja, you will follow, translating to the starboard seated cart.
Copy.
Arming up the toolbox then.
And Kayla, we'd like you to fair lead at the base of the CETA spur.
I copy that. Going to take it nice and slow with this big bag.
Yep.
Yeah, that's right, Kayla. Slow and steady wins the race. Perfect. And I've got a couple cautions I'll read to you all. Avoid contact with the radiators and flex hoses. It'll probably be obvious and self-correcting, but translate slowly, especially with the strut bag on the BRT, and avoid inadvertent contact with the deployed test cables.
I've got that fair lead in, and I'm heading out to put in my adjustable fair lead.
Copy, and that'll be at S0 handrail tree 410 for EV1. And EV2, you're going to do an adjustable at tree 409er.
I see 3410. I'll stop here to get that adjustable down. I've got my adjustable fair lead on 3410. Roger, you have a go to start translating up, and I'll kind of keep an eye on you as you come by the toolboxes, and then I'll continue.
Okay, I've come off the wagon wheel. I can see your tether.
Good, Roger. We continue up to the cedar rail. Stay out of your way.
Copy. I'll hold to the base of the cedar rail until you're at the top.
Okay, I am at the cedar rail. I'm going to start slowly heading outboard, Roger.
That's correct, Kayla. You're heading to the S3, S4 interface, and we've got a green hook location just inboard of the Sarge when you get there. Near mile marker 5250.
Okay.
I'm 3409, which is where I'm putting down my adjustable tether.
Thank you, Roger.
Baron and Chari are currently translating to the Starboard Truss S4 worksite, where they will install a solar array modification kit.
The starboard cedar cart, or correction, port cedar cart, and rotate it underneath it.
Nice job. You're looking good. That strut bag is flying formation with you.
Adjustable down at 3409.
Thanks, Roger. And you're heading to the starboard cedar cart to stow the crew lock bag.
And I'm starting under the MT. I got good visibility on the bag, and it's clear.
See the handrail starting to go starboard.
I'm at the starboard cedar cart.
We're currently seeing live views from helmet cam 16, which is EV2 Raja Chari's cam, as he translates to the S4 truss.
Back on the cedar rail, past the starboard cedar cart. I'm approaching the spot where I'm going to head nadir for green hook.
Copy that. Yet just inboard of the Sarge, you're looking for S3 handrail 3060, and yours will be the more nadir of the two vertical handrails there on the nadir side of the Sarge.
All right. I see 3060.
That is your green hook location.
And I think I'm caught up on something, so I'm just going to take a look at my tethers. I got it clear.
I'm under the cut up on the MT.
My green hook is on 3060.
All right, nice job. And now you're going to translate to the 3 Alpha IEA, non-radiator side. So please check your gauntlets in place prior to crossing the Sarge.
Gauntlets are in place.
Sounds good. You're heading out to the IEA to stow that strut bag.
Baron is
With 01 on the port, starboard key card. I'll get tethered here and get rid of the crew lock bag on top of this.
Hey, firm, and just let us know what square grid you dropped the crew lock bag on.
All right, I made it to the IEA, and I'm heading further outboard.
Hey, firm, station forward and outboard. And you're looking for handrails 2207 or 2206, and then we'll stow the strut bag.
All right, I have them in sight.
Like the crew lock bags on grid C.
Thanks, Roger. Grid Charlie. Now you can retrieve the WIFX and APFR with the ingress aid from WIF 1.
Copy.
And you're going to stow those on your BRT. And Kayla, it looks like you're close to your position, so when you find those handrails, the way you want to orient the bag, the strut bag handrail goes toward the radiator, or if you can just see the way the lid opens, you want the lid to open toward the center of the IEA or toward the radiators.
You just heard Baron confirm the strut bag being stowed at the IEA, or the Integrated Electronics Assembly.
And Kayla, I believe also that means that the tape on the handrail will point toward the mass canister.
See that? Working on the necessary rotation now. Got it in a good orientation, so I'll work on getting it cleared.
Yeah, that looks good. And I think 2207 and 2206 should be right in front of you.
Got the VRT right to the APFR, which is locked on the with X, and the with X is in by VRT with the gate closed.
Okay, copy that, Roger. And now you're going to translate to the starboard Sarge. And you're going to also, near Kayla's green hook, you're going to drop your green hook just zenith of hers on handrail 3061.
Copy, 3061.
And we currently see Raja.
Have the corner adjustables down. I'll work on the other one.
Copy, adjustable on one corner.
We currently have views as Rajachari translates back to the worksite after retrieving APFR or the articulating portable foot restraint.
Now that the bag is independently.
Copy.
Okay, well, I can see my tether on top of yours is planned, so that looks good so far out to the Sarge at least.
Yeah.
And Roger, I see you're approaching the Sarge there, just zenith of Kayla's hand green hook. You're looking for 3061. 3061.
Tally 3061. That's not my green hook here. It doesn't work.
I've got two corners down, and what I'm going to do is open the lid and then probably tie back with one of the lid adjustables.
Okay, copy. Nice work, Kayla. If you also could, when you have a free hand, check your HECA on.
Okay. Got a green HECA light.
Copy. Thank you for the HECA light. And Roger, just confirm your gauntlets are in place after your green hook. You're going to translate to the 3 Alpha IEA as well on the radiator side, station aft.
Copy, my gauntlets are down. I'm just getting ready to go across the Sarge.
All right, we've got a great camera view of both of you, and Roger, you're just going to head over over the zenith side of the IEA, station aft.
Prove on.
I think my tether just caught underneath there.
All right, I'm happy with the bag for now. I think I'll maybe tighten actually the outboard strap real quick, and then the mounting bracket has very kindly presented itself.
Yeah, it's ready to get to work, huh? Okay, nice job with the bag, and also I have a reminder here that you can turn on and stow the GoPro, and just let us know where you place it.
It's on, and I'm just going to leave it tethered to the bag.
Copy. Thank you.
I think I'm going to take a second to put down my BRT, get a little more stability here. Get that mounting bracket back over here.
Okay, and I've got my eyes on WIF 26, which is my destination.
Affirm, yes, and when you get to WIF 26, you want to install the WIF-X, and you will clock it to 6. I'll remind you again when you get there and give you the rest of the settings when you're ready.
I've got the mounting bracket, and I'm going to start going for the upper right strip.
Okay, so before you start on that, we would like a glove, hat, and gauntlet check, and then we'll get into the upper triangle.
Okay, that's going to work. I'll check my gloves now.
If you're just joining us, we're bringing you live coverage today of the 247th spacewalk in support of International Space Station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades. NASA astronauts Kayla Barron and Raja Chari have begun a spacewalk to assemble and install brackets and strut kits for an upcoming solar array upgrades.
In place. All right, so yes, we are going to start on the upper triangle build, and you said you have the mounting bracket, and yep, it's going to be the right upper strut from bag straps 1 and 2. Those are in the upper left corner, as you're seeing them.
The duo exited the airlock this morning, starting the EVA at 7:12 a.m. Central Time, 8:12 a.m. Eastern Time, and now have translated to the starboard truss to the S4 worksite. Marion and Chari are now taking struts and brackets out of their stowage space and will begin the build out for the mount. The main focus will be on the installation of a 3A modification kit, but then they will then go to the S6 truss to tie back multi-layer insulation for spare battery charge-discharge units.
Pitch knob is popped out, and working on 5 for the WIF-X extension.
Copy, 6 Golf 5. Those are your settings, and thanks for the pull twist test.
This is the 4th set of brackets, first one on the starboard side of the vehicle. A modification kit is the support structure needed for future IROSA or ISS rollout solar array upgrades.
Bracket right side, and that's the one to remember. You have that strut tab that needs to go under the mounting bracket guide. The pieces should be flush together.
You'll hear some acronyms today. I'm sure you've heard BRT.
Before I do the Golf 5, I'm thinking maybe I'll set up the APFR settings just so it's easier to reach it.
Okay, copy that. Settings 12, Tango Tango, Fox 12.
12 is set.
I got M13 and 14 hand started.
Okay, copy. M13 and 14.
4 turns.
We're looking for 4 turns, and I've got PGT settings. Actually, you've already hand started them, so next you're going to retrieve the left upper strut from the bag, and that's the one on the right side, straps 3 and 4.
You'll hear acronyms today, just like spoken previously. Rajachari mentioned his APFR, or articulating portable foot restraint, that will help him during the assembly today. The crew is at the proper work site and are starting the 3A upper bracket build.
And Raja and Kayla, I've got a warning for you here just about the strut builds. The misaligned or fractured pit pin spring may present a sharp edge. Inspect pit pins before actuating, please.
Roger.
Copy.
Okay, Kayla, and you're going to install the left upper strut L2 to the center pad L2. And then I've got PGT settings when you're ready.
Sure, I'm going to try to hand start M17.
Okay, copy. Just let us know how many turns.
The APFR is 12, Tango, Fox 12. I have not done the WIFX extension yet. I'm going to get my BRT right off there first. Untangle with my safety tether, then I'll work on the WIFX extension.
Okay, copy that. And for the APFR, please verify that pitch knob has popped out.
It did pop out. Yep, good news.
Good news.
Took a little bit of coercing.
Okay,
All right,
copy.
I'm hand started one turn on M17.
Copy, one turn M17. PGT settings are Bravo 1, clockwise 2.
You'll hear the duo today talk about their PGT, or their pistol grip tool. They'll use that to bolt and unbolt things today.
Bravo 7, clockwise 2 set.
And Kayla, that's Bravo 1, Uno, Bravo 1, clockwise 2.
Oh. Much better. Bravo 1, clockwise 2 set.
That is a good readback. You are going to drive M17 to torque for a total of 7 to 9 turns. So we're looking for 6 to 8 more turns.
Via Kayla's Barron's helmet cam.
I have 10 additional turns, black line flush, green light, 11.9 for torque.
Copy, 11.9 on the torque. 10 additional for 11 total turns, and the black line is flush. That is a good bolt to M17. Okay, now I know we just drove the bolt on the left upper strut, but once your PGT is put away, you can release the ret from the right strut. The ret from the right strut.
Understand. That work.
And Kayla, if you can see my, I think it just spun up above my helmet. I'm trying to come down a little bit and clear it while I was rotating around the WIFAC here.
I see it. It's kind of caught behind your L hip. Oh, there you go. That's clear. Just let it retract. It should tighten back up. And
EV1, EV2.
Removing the ret from the upper right strut.
That is a good readback. And once that is off, you can install the center pad MLI and pip pin.
Installed, working on MOI.
All right, WIFAC and APFR are installed to the 5, and you know where you're at, Kayla, in terms of coming over there to help you.
Actually, nice job on the APFR and WIFX. Raja, we need you to pause. Just give your MEDOX a second, so just stand by and pause EV2. And EV1, will you repeat your last call, please?
Pins in place, MLI's in place, and I will move on to M1516.
Okay, now we're going to assemble the left upper strut to the mounting bracket. And so we want to install the left upper strut L8 to the mounting bracket left side. And again, make sure that same slide tab is under the mounting bracket guide.
We are currently in between satellites, but we should have signal back to the EVA shortly.
And Kayla, I have PGT settings for you when you're ready.
I've got 4 turns by hand on M15, and I'm going to see if I can get M16 engaged 1 turn, and then I'll go for my PGT.
Copy, 4 turns by hand on M15 and working M16 now.
I've got 1 turn by hand on M16, and I'm just going to reposition the triangle a little bit, and then I'll grab my PGT.
Copy, 1 turn by hand on M16. Standing by with PGT settings.
Ready for settings.
Hey, your PGT settings are Bravo 3, Clock 2. And we're going to drive M16 first.
Right, Bravo 3, clockwise 2 set.
And starting with M16, you're going to drive 16 and 15 to torque. You have a go.
Turn.
NM16 should be about 25 total turns, so 24-ish more. And Raja, how's your HAP doing?
It's dry.
Copy, dry HAP, thank you.
All right, I got a red light, low torque, 21.24 turn, and that matched my count of 22 turns. Figured I should try it again.
Okay, stand by. Copy, red light, low torque. And yes, with Bravo 3, clock 2, you have a go to hit it again. And copy 22 more turns for a total of 23.
I hit it again, green light, 18.2 for torque, and I got maybe an eighth of a turn out of that additional hit.
Copy, green light, 18.2 on the torque, and an eighth of a turn for 23 and an eighth. And how's the black line doing?
Line is flush.
Copy, black line is flush. You can move on to M15, looking for about 21 more turns, drive that one to torque.
Currently seeing views of Kayla Barron using that pistol grip tool. They'll be using it throughout today's spacewalk, and that is essentially a space drill that is used to help secure and release bolts during the spacewalk.
And then we can move over to help Kayla out, building the triangle.
Gloves look good. And gauntlets are down. Copy, I'll start heading Kayla's way.
And, yeah, I guess we still have 2 bolts to drive.
And Roger,
it's pretty close, though.
Actually, yeah, you can
light,
stand.
And I got another low.
I'll stay here. I can start getting the APFR if you want.
Yeah, you can stay there and start working on ingress in the APFR. And Kayla, you stand by. You can go ahead and hit it again.
Red light, low torque, and that was okay. Okay, now I got a green light, 18.3 on the torque, and that was 0 additional turns.
And can we get the initial turn count and the black line?
Black line flush. Yeah, I started at 4 turns, and then we got 20 additional turns for a total of 24.
Copy, 20 additional for a total of 24. Green light, black line flush on M15. Okay, Kayla, you can release your ret from the left strut. You can release the ret from the left strut. All right, you can install the mounting bracket.
Get back to M1314.
You can install the mounting bracket MLI.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Mounting bracket MLI.
Okay, roger that.
Now 1 hour into today's spacewalk, recapping some of the milestones. The spacewalk began at 7:12 a.m. Central Time, 8:12 Eastern, when suits were switched on to internal power. Baron and Chari have now arrived at their workstation and have begun the upper 3A bracket build-out.
Okay, I think I'm in the APSR. It feels like there's something behind my left leg, though. I'll give you a chance.
Your safety tether is between your legs.
That's what it is. Okay. It'll be a factor for up here when I come back so I can fix it.
I agree. All right, I've got the MLI on the left side. Mounting bracket.
Copy that. Now we're going to go and torque the right upper strut to the mounting bracket. And I've got some PGT settings for M14 and 13 when you're ready.
For settings.
All right, you're looking for Bravo 3, clock 2. And you're going to drive M13 and 14 to torque in any order.
Green light, 18.4. Black line is flush, and that was 2-1 turn additional.
All right, on which bolt?
13.
M13, 18.4, 21 additional for 25 turns. Green light, black line flush. You have a go for 14. And Raja, while you're up there, no sudden moves on the mass canister or the mod kit. Move slowly on the BGA. And maximum lateral loads are not a whole lot, so be gentle up there. Avoid cyclic loading. And do not impart forces into the mod kit struts when not fully installed. I'll give you guys a call when it's fully installed. And battery and adapter plate cables on the IEA are potential snag hazards.
Green line, lights, black line flush, 18.4, 0 turns additional.
And I believe I copied 20 additional turns for 24 total green light and a black line that's flush. Okay, that's a good M13 and 14. Please verify, after you put your PGT away, verify the center pad, MLI, and pit pin.
Center pad, MLI, and pit pin look good, and the MLI on the mounting bracket side is in work.
Stand by on the other MLI.
Okay, stand by.
Yeah, just the center pad, MLI, and pit pin. And then you're going to move the long PGT. So once you've aware of that. So we're going to set up to hand off the upper triangle so that we can install to the mass canister. Let's see. So now, Kayla, we're going to transfer the upper triangle with the PGT to EV2, and you can leave them on the bag. It's a RET in series.
So let me know when you got visibility on the triangle.
I can see part of it, but can't quite reach it yet.
I'm going to work on rotating it around a bit. Give you the right side first.
Just over 1 hour and 7 minutes into today's spacewalk, Barron and Chari are currently focusing on the build-out of the 3A bracket for the solar array modification kit. The new solar arrays, which are set to be delivered to the space station on upcoming commercial resupply service missions, are a larger version of the rollout solar arrays, or ROSA technology, and will ultimately increase the station's total available power from 160 kilowatts up to 215 kilowatts. We do have a special guest with us today on the line. Jeremiah McNatt is a photovoltaic technology lead. Hi, Jeremiah.
Hi, Shaniqua.
Pointing up. And so remember how this mechanism works. You're going to engage the left side first.
Thank you for having me on
It's up and
today.
down to engage it. If it doesn't slide all the way in, it's up and down a little bit till they engage, and then you're going to pivot it to the right to engage the soft dock.
Jeremiah, can you please explain to us what a photovoltaic technology lead is?
Certainly. I'm the photovoltaic technology lead at NASA Glenn Research Center, where we do a lot of research and development efforts for new photovoltaic devices through arrays.
Actually,
and
Caleb,
my role as the tech lead
PGT,
is to oversee all of the projects that we have that we're working on, look for new ideas and new concepts to start to pursue in the future, and then support flight missions such as what's happening with the iROSA arrays and with Gateway and Artemis to photovoltaic systems on the lunar surface.
That is amazing. And you did mention just now the iROSA solar arrays. Why are they important technology for us right now?
ROSA and the iROSA arrays are super important. As you said at the beginning, they're going to add more power to the space station. The ROSA arrays were developed over the past 10 years or so, and we've seen in the past couple years a demonstration on space station, and they were just used on the DART mission. And the benefits of ROSA is that you can store a lot more solar array in a much smaller package. So the arrays that are being deployed for iROSA are about 20 kilowatts each, and they're stowed in one very small, compact rolled tube that can then be put into different commercial resupply vehicles. So a much easier way to get a lot of power up into space. We're going to continue that when we use them on Gateway, on the power and propulsion element, and also maybe on the lunar surface.
Okay, copy, Roger. Good job on getting that soft dock. I've got some PGT settings for you when you're ready.
That's awesome, Jeremiah. And I know you mentioned the Gateway. Can you explain a little bit about Gateway and how the technology that you guys are looking at now will help for future exploration in deep space?
Certainly. So I'll first talk a little bit about iROSA to Gateway.
Okay, and then it's going to be
the iROSA arrays are around 20 kilowatt each. The arrays that are going to be on Gateway on the power and propulsion element are 30 kilowatts each. So a little bit larger, about 50% larger in size. And what's really unique and what's different between what's happening on Space Station and what's going to happen on Gateway is that when the power and propulsion element of Gateway is launched, those arrays will open autonomously. They'll open on their own. Currently, what people are seeing right now on Space Station is an adapter bracket is being installed, an installation bracket. And then later on, when those iROSA arrays make it up to Space Station, they will be deployed with support of the astronauts. For Gateway, they'll be deployed on their own and will provide power throughout that mission. The power and propulsion element is just one of the different components of Gateway. There's also going to be other modules that will attach to it. And while that's orbiting the moon, it's going to be a great stopping point and a stepping off point for astronauts to go to the lunar surface, to continue to do research on the moon, and then also eventually be able to be used to let us go further out, to go to Mars, and to continue to explore the solar system.
And that's amazing. Thank you, Jeremiah, for your time this morning. That's Jeremiah McNett, the photovoltaic technology lead, going over some of the great work that these modification and IROSA solar arrays will help do on the International Space Station and our future with the Gateway. Thank you, Jeremiah.
Thank you. 2 turns each,
Thank you.
5 through 8. And with the same PGT settings and 2 turns on all 4 bolts, now we can drive M5 through 8 to torque a minimum of 3 additional turns.
Buddy, driving all 3 of torque, that's 3 additional turns. M5.
And an update, the crew is complete with the 3A upper bracket build task and are beginning the installation of the center pad to the mass canister.
But you guys are already getting some interesting lighting conditions up there. Just do what you got to do.
M5, 4.7 additional turns, good green lights, and 3.1.
Copy. Was at 4.7 additional turns, green light on M5.
Like 5.3 turns on M8, good green light, 3.6.
Copy. 5.3 additional turns for 7.3 total green light on M8.
M6, 5.3 turns, good green light, 3.8.
M6, 5.3 green light.
And M7, 5.1 turns, green light, 3.7.
Copy. 5.1 additional for 7.1 total on M7 with a green light. That's a good M5 through 8. Okay, Roger. Now you're going to transfer the long PGT with the RET and adjustable combo from the upper triangle to Kayla.
So I'm getting in position for that, Roger.
And Kayla, you're going to stow that on your swing arm.
Yeah. Once you get control of it, I'll take the other side of the red off. It's above your head. Trying to put the socket down in front of you.
I got it.
All right. Once you have a red on it, let me know and I'll let go of this one.
I'm back. I've got a mini workstation red on it.
Okay. Coming back.
Okay.
It's back at the PGC.
Okay. Wound around the mounting bracket, right, so I'm just going to work on doing that.
Roger that, Kayla. Take your time, and that's going on your swing arm. And Raja, you're going to release the mounting bracket, Rhett, when you're ready.
On my swing arm here.
Mounting bracket, Rhett's coming back to the bag.
All right, Raja, and we're a minute block, and the MLI for the left and right upper strut is closed. And I believe we left that left upper strut MLI for you to do.
I'm working on that right now. Both grounding pins are installed, and I'm just tightening the MLI now. MLI is closed. I think I'm good to get out of the APFR. Is that correct?
In just a second, yes. Verify the upper triangle is not rotated up.
That is down towards my waist.
Copy. And then once you're both able, we'll take glove, hat, and gauntlet checks from you, and then you can egress the APFR and adjust 25 seconds to a handover, and I'll catch you on the other side.
When I do this APFR egress, Kayla, I may need your
And EV1, EV2, Houston's back with you.
I got gloves. Same as baseline with the exception of there's some new smudging. It looks like maybe some of the labels on the struts are kind of rubbing off onto my gloves. I can see some mirror image letters on my fingers, but everything else looks good. My hat is dry. And my gauntlets are down.
Copy. Dry hat, good gauntlets. And for EV1's gloves, you've got some smudging. You believe it's ink from the strut labels.
Good copy.
And for EV2, you've got a dry hat, gauntlets are down, and some smudges on my right pinky, ring finger, and index finger, and left ring finger. Just some like smudge marks.
Copy. Dry hat, good gauntlets, and smudges on the right pinky, index, and ring finger, and left ring finger.
With that, I'm going to egress the APFR if you're ready, guys.
You have a go to egress. And I've got...
I got eyes on your grinder. And be mindful of your safety feathers between your legs, so you may want to...
That's why I'm...
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, we can see it in the camera view, too. And so you may want to point your feet back toward your fair lead on the corner of the IEA and try to work it back between your legs into the front.
your heel outboard. I'll kick it back. Yep, there you go. Inboard. Yep, now it's back in front.
Thanks.
And it's kind of crossing over the right side of your body.
Now 1 hour and 22 minutes into today's spacewalk, recapping some of the milestones today.
I didn't know if you, I think normally you would have wanted to tether off your right side.
Yep. Let's go off my left.
So far today, the crew has gotten to their work site, completed a 3A upper bracket build out, and now has begun the installation of the center pad to the mass canister. They're currently doing a hap and glove check.
There you go. Off to your right now.
Thanks. That should be good now. Gotta go into 12 Papa Hotel 12 on APFR and Franklin with X.
Yep.
Good APFR settings.
Upper left strut. Or section business strut.
And confirm, Roger, you said adjusting the WIFX extension to 1.
Correct.
Copy. And then, hey, before you get back in the APFR, if you want to run a fairlead down to that outboard aft corner of the IEA, that's off to your right. That may also help keep your tether in a good config.
Yeah, let me do that while I'm down there doing the APFR or the WIFX.
Perfect.
Good idea.
And then last one, and I'll remind you before you get back in, if you want to loosen the friction on the ingress aid a little bit, that might help you tuck it away. And copy, Kayla, I heard you say you're grabbing that left mid-strut, straps 12 and 13, bottom right side of the bag.
Got it ready to go.
Copy. And so just something for you guys to think over. He can ingress, and then you can pass it, or you can pass it to him, and then he ingress the APFR. Over to you guys. You are going to do a ret swap on that one to Raj's BRT.
We plan on the ingress. Over.
Copy. You said ingress before the handoff?
Yeah.
Currently in an orbital nighttime, we see Chari and Baron using their helmet lights to fully install brackets. Excuse me, we see Baron and Chari as they install the 3A center pad to the mass canister. The crew has completed the center pad install, and they are now moving on to the installation of the left struts.
We came up again, so when I'm done setting this, I'm going to go back and maybe put an adjustable down there. Roger that.
We copy. Yeah, I see you loosening the friction on the ingress aid. Yeah, just enough so that you can push it down and it'll stay where you leave it.
We got 12, Papa, Hotel 12. The lift X is back down to 1.
Copy. Those are good settings and confirm the pitch knobs popped out.
Pop out, yep. I'm going to go work on trying to put this tether somewhere so it doesn't keep snagging on me.
Roger, you may want to give your waist tether a tug just to get it a little higher. You reel. There you go. I wanted to get caught behind you again.
Thanks. I popped off this handrail, so it's behind my legs, though.
It's crossing your body over your left knee right now. There you go. You should see it now coming around.
Tally, thanks. Time to pause here. I can go ahead and put an adjustable down with this fairly.
If you like it, I love it. Yeah, sounds good.
No problem. Where's the time?
Yep, take your time, Roger, and then if you can, let us know the handrail that you put the adjustable on, or where you put it.
That's inboard recessed one.
The one just after.
42.
Say again, Roger.
242.
Is that 2242?
I think it's the place. Yep, yeah, it was the original one we were going to set. It's just I put an adjustable there instead of wrapping it around.
Copy, yep, an adjustable on 2242.
Are you going in for the thin grass grinder? roll settle.
Thank you.
Reels. Yeah, there you go.
Roger. I think the roll changed on me, did it? Cool.
Might be pushing the yaw pedal right now. There, it looks square
Yeah,
again.
it's all fault. Okay, yep. I'll make sure. Move.
Watch that yaw pedal.
Unfortunately, this ingress made too loose now.
Yeah, Roger, and if you got to leave it rigid, that's fine. We'll just keep an eye on that BRT.
Well, definitely gave you a hard time bending over before, so I don't want to damp that since we kind of have to bend over for those bolts in MLI.
Yep. And just a reminder, Roger, not to use the mod kit for the APFR ingress or egress. Gotta say it.
No, understood. That's why it's taking me trying to avoid touching that triangle. Let me tighten it a little bit more here. Wait enough, I can still move it. I think I'm in on the right. No?
Right heel doesn't look locked into me. In too deep. Maybe if it feels good, I'm kind of a weird angle.
First station. The left is in. Nope, you're right. The right's not quite in.
I don't think your left is in either. I think you have your toes in too deep.
Okay.
So you need to back the one you're going to actuate out before you rotate inboard. You try wedging one toe and then working the other heel, and then circle back for the first one.
Okay.
if you're working your left, you might be in a little too deep. So back your toe out a little bit. You working your left foot right now?
Yeah, I'm trying.
Yeah, you're in too deep. So I would start again with your heel out and up. Okay. Now there you go. Now rotate inboard. Further, till it drops down. Almost there. Rotate further inboard. And you might need to back your toe out. Now rotate in. That's right.
Almost like my toe got wedged in there.
There you go. That's the roll pedal. I don't think anything's blocking you. I think your toes are
going in too deep?
Yeah, your toes are in too deep. So you need to keep your heel back, rotate your heel inboard till it drops down. Then come forward.
And hey, Raja, one other thing that helps to keep your feet flat to the boot plate, it's tempting to lean forward and look at your toes, but actually squat down a little bit, put some bend in your knees, and even slightly lean back, just a tad.
On my right side.
Okay. I don't have great visibility on it because of where your safety tether reel is, but I might be able to check once you think you're in.
Okay, I think the left's in.
Left looks good, Brandon.
Right, I think I'm in too deep.
I agree.
Caught on my reel or something. It feels...
If you want, you could kick your reel out to the right with your foot. I don't think it's in your way. Your safety tether is between your legs again. You'd have to sweep your foot, your right toe inboard and behind it. You've got to cross more toward your left if you want to capture it, or maybe pull on your waist tether. It's almost there.
Under the boot plate, it seems like.
Yeah, you might be able to catch it with your right toe. If you move your toe towards your left foot. You're almost there. Yep, there you go.
If you're just joining us, welcome to Mission Control Houston. We're bringing you live coverage today of the 247th spacewalk in support of the International Space Station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades. NASA astronauts Kayla Barron and Raja Chari have ventured outside the space station to assemble and install brackets and strut kits for upcoming solar array upgrades.
I've got pressure on the tops of my feet, but I think I'm mistaken for the top of the suit. I think it's actually the BSI, but anyways.
You're locked in now, though.
All right. And I can collapse.
Nice work, Raja.
All right.
Yeah.
All right.
Way to stick with it.
Go a little higher. All right, this is going to get my BRT red on it.
Hey, firm, you're going to red swap and then stow that one on your BRT.
To recap some of the milestones, at 7:12 a.m. Central Time, 8:12 a.m. Eastern Time, NASA astronaut Kayla Barron and Raja Chari turned their suits onto battery power, marking the official start of today's spacewalk. They are currently working on the starboard forward truss at the 3A power channel. So far, they have successfully installed the upper brackets and center pad to the mast canister. They are currently working on the left struts.
All right, Kayla, looks like you're back to the bag. Grabbing the left lower strut, straps 5 and 6.
Can work.
Ready for the lower?
And Roger, once you've got that mid-strut on your BRT and out of the way, tuck and, if you can, collapse that ingress aid.
Already done.
Copy. And now you're going to retrieve the left lower strut and pass that to Roger. And Roger, you want...
I've got my hands on the left lower.
And you're going to ret to the handrail
stanchion
nearest the clevis end of the left lower strut.
Yep, I've got that. It's the same stanchion that has the wire tie on it. And I've got control of it, and I've got my rod on it.
I'm going to release the bag rep. It's released.
Okay.
Of the strut.
I have the strut.
Okay, Kayla, you can translate to the Saab launch bracket at the base of the mass canister left side. Hey, we're 5 minutes to sunrise. And then, Roger, if you can verify the grounding pit pin is removed from the strut stow location.
Pin is actually in, if you can see my camera, so you want that out, correct? That they need to put that into the mounting bracket.
Hey, firm, we like it removed.
It's removed now.
Copy. Okay, Kayla, once you get to that Saab launch bracket, you're going to report the spherical bearing alignment, and remember that's a pitch point. Keep your fingers clear of the lower strut pad and BGA interface when you guys go to install this bolt.
Looks pretty straight to me.
Okay, we copy. That's good news. So now we're going to work together to install the left lower strut M21 to the Saab launch bracket.
Roger, if you want to start working the...
Coming towards you.
Very nice. All right, we need to go zenith. And if you could push your end a tiny bit toward the mass canister. Good right there.
Okay.
A little more zenith. Okay. Maybe, yeah, that's good for now.
Okay, Kayla, and you're going to hand start M21 4 turns. And I've got PGT settings if you're ready.
Started 4 turns.
Copy. Hand starting 4 turns on M21, and I've got PGT settings if you're ready.
It's already done 4 turns. And
Copy.
do I start driving now, or does Roger do his end first?
Yep. Copy 4 on M21, and so we're going up to Roger.
Standing by.
Okay, we're going to...
PGT, looks like I'm doing Bravo 1 clockwise 2.
Affirm, Bravo 1 clockwise 2, and 2 turns on M22.
Copy. I'll use this PGT, it's going to count it.
And Kayla, you're going to PGT Bravo 7 clockwise 2 next.
Bravo 7 clockwise 2 set.
Good count, 21.1 volts. Bravo 1 clockwise 2.
Affirm, Bravo 1 clockwise 2 for Roger. And this is that bolt that has the multiple diameters, and so you've got to get the thinner part that threads through, and then the larger part has to come through. So there's going to, you can kind of wiggle and get that bolt all the way through the different brackets there. And then you want to put 2 turns on M22, Bravo 1 clock 2.
Okay, the thin black line is flush, here comes 2 turns. Okay, 2 turns.
Copy, 2 turns on M22. And Kayla, we're going over to you now. We're going to drive M21 to torque. And again, it was Bravo 7, clock 2, so get in a good position.
Yep. Bravo 7, clockwise 2 step, and I'm going to start turn. And I got a low torque, but I wasn't in a great body position at the end there, so I'd like to give it another go, if you agree. Counted 9 turns.
Okay, I think I heard 9 turns with a low torque, and you have a go to hit it again.
And I got a green light, 25.4, and that was maybe half to 1 additional turn. And I'm going to get in a better position to tell you black line.
Copy, half to 1 additional turn, so I'm showing 13 and a half to 14 turns with a green light, and you're checking the black line now. Actually, we aren't in final torque yet, so the next thing you're going to do is socket swap the 2-inch socket off of your PGT to the torque wrench, and we'll final torque with the wrench.
Socket swap, good pull test.
Thanks for the pull test. Good socket swap, and now you're going to final torque with the torque wrench, and it should be set to clockwise and 60 foot-pounds. This is the untaped torque wrench. And we're looking for about 1 turn, and we want the torque wrench to break over twice.
Top. Line looks parallel and flush. There's maybe a tiny bit of Metal still showing, so maybe not, like I would say maybe a millimeter.
Okay, the black line is a millimeter.
About a little over one additional turn.
A little over one additional turn, and about a millimeter between the black line and the bolt cam. Hey, stand by, we're checking. Okay, Kayla, and if you could check the gap between the strut boss and the bearing surface, and also give it a wiggle test.
Looks parallel with no gap, and good wiggle test, feels secure to me.
Okay, we call that a good M21. And you can socket swap the 2-inch from the torque wrench back to your short PGT. And Roger, I've got PGT settings for you when you're ready.
Yeah, I've got throttle 1 clockwise 2 and ready for number turns and drive.
All right, you can drive M22 to torque.
The torque. M22, I had 6.9 turns, good green light, 12.0, and black line flush, but from the parallax here, with the mirror it's flush, maybe a half millimeter. I can try hitting it again.
Okay, 6.9 for a total of 8.9 turns, green light, and you're saying a half a millimeter between the black line?
That's, it looks like more from my angle, but when I put the mirror up to it, I'd say a half millimeter at max. Parallax of it. I'm trying to get a straight on look at it.
That's a good M22, Roger.
Socket swap complete. I did full test.
Copy. Thank you for that. Roger, you can show your PGT, and Kayla, please verify the lower strut MLI covering the lower strut pad.
Strut MLI is covering the pad.
I'm working the pit pin on this side.
All right, thank you. And you can install the grounding pit pin to the grounding block and then install the MLI. And Kayla, check your left and right safer handles down, and then you can translate to the mass canister left pad install location.
Grounding pit pin is into the mounting bracket. And MLI is around the M22 bolt.
Okay, sounds good, and you can release the ret. That's to the left lower strut.
That's coming off the left lower strut.
I'll check my safer handles when I get up to the side pad.
I can see your right side is down. You're good on that side.
Thanks, Roger. Copy, Kayla.
Safer handle is down.
Thanks, Kayla. Left and right safer handles down. And Roger, when you have a free hand, you can grab that left mid strut from your BRT.
And confirm I can take the locking pin out of it and start extending it.
Okay, yeah, you can release the middle grounding pit pin from the lock position. It's opposite the handrail. And then you can extend the mid-strut with the side pad towards Kayla.
I'm ready, Grinder. I got my BRT down.
All right, Kayla, and once you have that side pad, you're going to engage the right side first. Remember, it's a little up and down to engage that clevis, and then you're going to pivot it outboard to the left to engage the soft dock. And again, friendly neighborhood Fairchild fasteners here, so use caution, and you can hand start bolts M1 through M4 2 turns.
I'm going to plan to use my PGT for these ones.
Copy that. PGT, it's the long PGT for M1 through M4. And then, Raja, over to you two on the sequence. But
and can I get settings for that, Ike?
A-firm, Alpha 2, Clock 2, and we just go with the side pad first, and then we'll come back to Raja. So Alpha 2, Clock 2 for M1 through M4, 2 turns each.
Okay.
Are you holding this for me because I won't be able to reach it after you have it?
Yeah, I will be able to get to it. I'm just biased a little left for the bolts here, but I can move over there. On M1?
2 on 1.
On M2?
2 on 2.
On M3?
2 on M3.
On M4.
Copy. 2 on all M1 through M4. And Raja, if you can install the left mid-strut L8 to the upper strut L8. If you need to pop a foot out, you can do so from the APFR. And then I've got PGT settings for you when you're ready.
Okay. I think I've got it hand started, actually. Got 1 turn by hand.
Copy. 1 turn by hand.
Now 2 hours into today's spacewalk, recapping some of the milestones of today.
Okay, I got 2 turns by hand if that works. Otherwise, I can do it with the PGT.
Okay, Bravo 1.
At 7:12 a.m. Central Time, 8:12 a.m. Eastern Time, Barron and Chari turned their suits on battery power, marking the official start of today's spacewalk.
And this is on M28. You say you got 2 turns. You're going to drive M28 to torque.
M28 to torque. Sorry, I got ahead of you there, Ike, but I was able to pop it through with my fingers and see the fastener come out the other side, so I didn't want to go my grip.
I hear you. Get it while you can.
Yep. All right.
The crew then translated over to the 3A work site on the S4 truss, where they have now completed the 3A upper bracket build, 3A center pad to mass canister, and they have just completed the left lower strut install. The IROSA mod kit is in a good minimum configuration, and the crew is continuing to be on time on the current timetable.
Copy. Thank you.
On M28, I had 6.7 turns on the PGT. Good green light, 11.8.
6.7. Copy. Black line flush. 6.7 after your 2 hand start for 8.7 total turns. Black line flush on M28. Roger, you can stow your PGT, and Kayla, those same PGT settings we'll use to torque M1 through M4. Alpha 2, Clock 2.
She's doing that. I'm going to put the pit pin in up here.
Alpha 2, Clock 2 set.
Copy, and you have a go to drive. Copy, M1 through 4 to torque. And Roger, you can install that grounding pit pin to the grounding block. 1 minute to handover. Roger, you can get a nice long glove check. We'll take a hap and gauntlet check on the other side. And Kayla, you can drive M1 through M4 to torque at Alpha 2, clock 2.
M1, green light, 3.7, 4 turns.
4 turns, green light M1. $30 seconds to handover.
Green light, 4 turns, 3.7 on the torque, M2.
M2, 4 turns, green light.
Piece of metal sod right there.
Okay, we're back with you, Kayla, and can you repeat that call?
I see it.
Yeah, so M3 and M4 are both driven to torque with a green light. 5 turns on M3, 4 on M4. And there's a small piece of metal sod. It's like a kind of looks like a curved wire. Like not quite a half circle, like maybe it's a piece of a spring or a washer. And I first saw it near the side pad M3, but I didn't see it separate.
I didn't think it. It would look more like the same size spring. I can see beads of wire. It looks like that kind of thing. So I don't think it was the back of the Fairchild fastener.
Yeah.
All right.
I had good checks on that bolt.
Okay. Can you guys verify that the pit pins are all still installed?
The side pad pit pin is installed.
Yep, and the the lower strut and the mid strut are installed. And I can see the upper strut to the center pad are installed as well.
Copy. And Kayla, being careful of any sharp edges there, if you could give a wiggle test on each of the bolts M1 through 4.
They're recessed, so it's a little bit hard to get my fingers in there, but they do look flush. I didn't encounter any resistance while the bolt was turning, and I watched it engage. And I got good torque in light, and I don't think they're wiggling. They all look good to me.
Okay, copy. Thank you for that report. And I copied your M3 and 4 reports, 5 turns on 3, 4 on 4 with green lights on both. And you said a small half circle-ish piece of FOD looks like a curved wire or maybe a part of a spring, and you saw it initially near M3. And Kayla, do you see where that piece of FOD is now?
It floated toward Raja and then away.
I tried to stop it with my glove and then it bounced station forward.
Copy. Thank you. All right, that's a good M3 and M4, good side pad install. Kayla, you can stow your PGT, and if you can reach it, you can release CV2's ret from the left mid strut.
Roger? Yep. That's released. My PGT is stowed.
Okay, copy. And
the mid-strut hip pins installed.
Thanks for that, Roger. And we'll take that glove hap and gauntlet check from you. And Kayla, you can verify the pit pin and the MLI are installed over the side pad.
Verified. it installed.
My gauntlets are down. Still have a dry hat, and the only other new smudge is on my left thumb, a small little smudge. May have been there before I didn't notice it, but no other new.
Copy left thumb smudge for EV2.
I think I'm egressing the APFR and reconfiguring it. Is that true?
That is true. And Kayla?
I think I'm headed to get the torque wrench and PGT.
Affirm the short PGT and the torque wrench from S4 handrail 2240 and the torque wrench from the left lower strut. And you're going to bundle them together and take them to the strut bag. And Raja, one other thing, if you could power on your WVS. I think we saw it power off.
I push the button. It looks like the light's still off. I'll push it again. I still don't see a green light. Try it one more time. I see a green WBS light.
Copy. Good config. Thank you. All right, Kayla. So, yeah, you're grabbing that short PGT and that torque wrench from the left lower strut. You're going to bundle them and then attach them to the right lower strut, which is in the strut bag. Okay, Roger, and I've got APFR settings for you if you need them.
So Papa Charlie 12, so I can just change the roll.
Good copy.
Helmets, just probably about the APFR. You're fine, but just so you know.
The crew is now complete with the left struts and are moving on to the right struts for the 3A installation. If you're just joining us, we're 2 hours and 12 minutes into the EVA, where the crew has gone to the 3A work site and has built an upper bracket build, as well as completed the center pass to mass canister install. And we have now completed the left struts and now on to the right for the 3A power channel. On your screen, you see EV1, Kayla Barron at the top of your screen, and you see Raja Chari in the articulated foot restraint. His suit is designated with no stripes, while Kayla Barron, EV1, has the red stripes.
Can you tell if I'm in, Kayla, or am I in too deep? I can't get my heels up, so I think I'm in.
Stand by a minute, Grinder.
Yeah, no problem. No rush.
And
I've
Kayla,
got the PGT and torque wrench to the left lower strut, handrail assist to the stop. And go ahead, Ike.
perfect. I was actually going to just remind you where you wanted to put them, and then you can lock the PGT ret and or use the strut wire tie to stow the tools as needed. And then we'll take a glove, hap, and gauntlet check from you.
Stand by. Got the ret locked, and I've got the torque wrench kind of under the wire tie. My gauntlets are down. Tap is dry. And checking out my gloves now.
Try have good gauntlets. Copy.
Gloves, standard baseline. Trying to remember if I saw this before, but there's a little bit of RTV wear below my right index finger.
Okay, copy. Was that?
Spot that's come up.
Did you say below your index finger or on the right index finger?
Just below it, in the transition between like the pad RTV and the turtle skin RTV below it.
Okay, right index finger, and we've got a good video of that as well. Thank you. We copy. Right index finger RTV wear.
And Raja, just because of your orientation, I can't tell for sure if your heels are in.
Yeah, I can't pull them up, so I've either wedged in so good or I'm in, but either
you
way,
look pretty secure to me.
Either way, I can't move.
What I can tell, you look like you're in.
Okay, Kayla, you're going to retrieve the right mid-strap. That's back straps 9 and 10 to transfer to Roger. And he's obviously a little farther away, so you're going to have to work together to get that handoff.
More of a blind handoff when we get those.
Yep, and you're going to stow that mid-strut on your BRT, doing a ret swap to the stanchion closest to the side pad.
Raja, do you feel like you can lean a little to your left?
I can, yep.
Okay. I may have to, let's see how far we get here.
Get to about, it's kind of oscillatory, like I come that way and then the momentum swings, so I come back the other direction. Without grounded onto the mounting bracket, I can't hold myself too far that direction.
And up onto the triangle here.
I can see it coming towards me. Wish I was taller.
Actually, taller may not help in this situation.
Got it?
I've got fingers on it. Okay, I've got contact. I've got control. Let me get a red on it, and then I'll send it back towards you to get the red off.
Nice job. And you want to ret to the stanchion closest to the side pad.
There's me.
And Roger, it looks to me like you can probably reach the bagrat, and that might be easier if you feel like you can get it with your left hand.
Yep, I can do that. Coming back.
Go for it.
All right, nice job. Now, Kayla, you're going to retrieve the right lower strut to pass off to Roger when he's got a free hand. You're going to pass him the, you want the clevis bolt toward EV2. And that's backstraps 7 and 8, right in the middle of the bag.
What are we doing relative to timeline, Ike?
AV1, AV2, you're about 15 minutes ahead. Slow and steady.
Very nice. Here.
All right, ready for the lower.
And Roger, you're going to ret to the handrail stanchion closest to the clevis end of the right lower strut.
Okay. Could you tip it towards the mass camp or towards the center? And then a little towards me. I've got a hand on it. Don't have control yet. Now I've got control. And you set the handrail closest to the clevis?
Stay firm. Handrail stanchion nearest the clevis end.
And Ike, am I good to start translating around?
Once he does the ret swap, you're going to have to release
Okay. Yeah,
the bag ret.
I've got my red on it. Turn back to you.
Yep,
We know how far.
And then Kayla, you can translate to the mass canister right side sob launch bracket. We recommend going outboard of the mass canister to the radiator side, and please fair lead so that your tether stays off of the BGA. You can use S5 handrail 2102.
Bag ret's removed.
Okay, I've got it.
And Roger, just a reminder, there's a PGT and a torque wrench on the bottom of this one, so you've got some tools down there as well that you're moving. Perfect.
Okay. And I can see the spherical bolt from here. It looks flat. The right side.
Thank you for that. Right side spherical bearing looks flush.
Yep.
And then, Kayla, you're headed over to the right side, sob bolt, and same warning, watch out for the pinch point there.
Could you say again the handrail you want me to fair lead on?
Recommendation is S5 handrail 2102. But the important thing is just if you keep your safety tether cable off of the BGA, there's quite a few options to do that.
Fair lead under the recommended handrail. I'm not sure if it'll stay as I translating, but I'll keep an eye on it. And if it comes out, I will be fair lead it.
Okay, we copy.
stayed in place.
Good words, thanks. And Raja, if you can verify that the grounding pit pin is removed from the strut stow location.
It is removed.
Copy.
Currently 2 hours and 23 minutes into today's EVA, we see Kayla Barron translating over to the right side of the 3A mast canister to help Raja Chari install the 3A right struts.
All right, I'm just going to adjust my cooling real quick, Roger.
Yeah, no problem.
Recapping some of the milestones today at 7:12 a.m. Central Time, 8:12 a.m. Eastern. NASA astronauts Kayla Barron and Raja Chari turned their suits on battery power, making their way out of the hatch to start today's spacewalk. They are currently on the starboard 4 truss at the 3A power channel. They have successfully installed the upper bracket and center pad to the mast canister, as well as the installation of the left struts. They are currently working again on the right struts for install. This is all for the modification kit.
Let me check in my gear sheet and I'll see if I can get a hand on that bolt.
Sounds good. Yep, then you're going to work together to install the right lower strut M19 to the Saab launch bracket.
This install will be for future IROSA or ISS rollout solar array upgrades.
And we want to.
Yep, I'll hold it there.
And we're going to start with 4 turns. I've got PGT settings if you want them.
All right, there's 4 turns by hand.
Copy. 4 turns by hand on M19. All right, so we're going to move over to Raja, and we're going to hand start the right lower strut L6 to mounting bracket L6. That's bolt M20, and we'd like 2 turns. I have PGT settings if you need them.
2 turns.
Affirm.
If I can get it through the
yeah, and you've got some Sharpie marks there to kind of show you where the bracket should align, but it again is one of those multiple diameter bolts, so you got to get that wider shaft through multiple pieces of that bracket. And then 2 turns.
2 turns by hand.
Copy. 2 on M20. And Kayla, now we're going to drive M19. I've got PGT settings.
Ready?
Okay, you're going to do Bravo 7 clock 2 on the short PGT.
Bravo 7 clockwise 2 is set.
Okay, we're going to torque M19, expecting a minimum of 10 more additional turns.
I'd adjust my body position here once I see where the PGT is. And turn.
Good readback. Bravo 7 clock 2.
I'm watching the thread. And I'm experiencing a little bit of running torque, but it might be the angle I'm holding the PGT at. I'm going to double check that I'm right on here.
Okay, copy some running torque.
was just close to the end there. And I believe I counted 8 turns there. Green light, 25.4 on the torque. And actually, the PGT is telling me it was 7 turns.
Okay, copy. 7 on the PGT, green light, 25.4. Okay, and now you are going to swap the 2-inch socket from the short PGT to the torque wrench, and we're going to final torque with the torque wrench again. All right, and I'm showing 11 turns total, so we may expect more turns on the torque wrench. But we're looking for, again, breaking it over twice. Okay, copy, and maybe 3.5 turns on the torque wrench.
It's swap complete with a good pull test.
Okay, thank you for that. And with the torque wrench, clockwise 60 foot-pounds. We're going to final torque, give us the turns, and looking for that wrench to break over twice.
Just so the PGT is not flying around, I'm going to have an independent right now for the torque wrench, and I'm going to remove the adjustable between them.
Okay, copy. You've reattached the PGT, and you're going to disconnect the torque wrench and the PGT rest.
I'm working on this upper grounding pit pin while she's doing that. This is at an odd angle, so I'm still struggling to try to get into the grounding block. I know it's only getting harder once you grab the bolt.
Copy. Yeah, it looks like that cable's got a little memory making it hard to line up.
Yeah.
And you can go in from the other side, that other hole, as long as they both are in the grounding block. That's a good config.
Yeah, this one that's facing towards me, I'm saving for the mid-strap because I think that's even harder to get around the corner with.
Okay, copy. Looks like that one you got a good start on it.
Going the wrong way on the torque wrench, not doing myself any favors there. And double check that it was going clockwise.
Okay, and about how many turns, Kayla?
Did 32 throws of the torque wrench, and it was about an eighth of a turn per throw.
Okay, so we copy about 4 turns counterclockwise, and now we've reset it to clockwise. So we're looking at maybe 7 or more turns. Hey, Kayla, Ike, back with you. Sorry about that, not giving you a heads up about the handover.
Still working the torque wrench. Two pops. That was 120 throws. And I think it was still about an eighth of a turn per throw.
Okay, so.
What counting?
Yeah, somebody down here is going to do that math, but copy 120 throws, about an eighth of a turn each one. We're going to talk that over. And you got 2 breakovers on the torque wrench? Okay. Take a breather, and when you're ready, we'll take those lower strut checks, the black line, the gap, and a wiggle test.
Line looks parallel and flush. No gap at the bearing. Wiggle test.
I just heard wiggle test. Kayla, confirm a good wiggle test?
Good wiggle test.
Copy, good wiggle test. That's a good M19. Nice work there. Take a breather, and you can leave the short PGT and the torque wrench on the right lower strut handrail. And when you're ready, verify that MLI covering the lower strut pad. Roger, I've got PGT settings for you when you're ready.
Covering.
Got Bravo 1 clockwise 2, if that's still good.
That is a good readback. You can drive M20 to torque, looking for a minimum of 5 more turns.
The M20 to torque, looking for 5 turns.
Can I go to head up toward the side pad?
We'll take a glove, hat, and gauntlet check, and then you do have a go to translate to the mass canister right side pad install location.
Got a low torque light, 7.8 with 4 turns. You want me to hit it again? I think it's a better body position here.
4 additional for 6 total, and a low torque light. Yeah, again. Hit it again, please.
Bravo 1, clockwise 2.
And Kayla, for you, we recommend.
Glove, same as last report.
Okay, dry hat, good gloves.
Gauntlets down.
And good gauntlets. And we recommend you go outboard 1 handrail to 2123 and then transfer to the mass canister handrail. Go ahead, Roger.
A quarter turn, good to green light, 11.8. Back line is maybe a half millimeter from being flush. And for total turns, it was probably closer to 2.5 when I did the initial hand start in retrospect versus 2. If that helps with you, anything.
Copy. Initial hand start was closer to 2.5. You got 4 additional, and then you got 1 more quarter turn. So I'm showing, again, somebody's going to do that funny math. It's 6.5 plus turns with a good green light, and the black line is a half a millimeter. Good M20, good M20. You can stow your PGT and release that right lower strut ret.
Pit pin is in.
We know you got the pit.
MLI on the upper strut here. The ret is released.
Perfect. Good ret. Did you say the MLI is in work and the pit pin we heard you install? We'll take a glove, hap, and gauntlet check when you're done, and then we'll start on the right mid-strut.
Yeah, dry hat gauntlets are down, and no change on the gloves.
Copy. Good glove, hap, gauntlets. Okay, when the two of you are ready, Roger, you can grab the right mid-strut from your BRT. Release the pit pin from the locking position, and when Kayla's ready, you can extend that side pad toward her.
I'm ready.
All right, Kayla, and same as the other side, you're going to engage the clevis on the inboard side. As toward the top of your head, you're going to have to go a little side to side, which is station up and down to get those teeth engaged, and then you'll pivot it toward your feet, station outboard to engage the soft dock. Very nice.
It is soft dock.
And when you're ready, you can either hand start or use the PGT, the long PGT, to put 2 turns on M9 through 12.
I'll use the PGT, and I'm ready for setting.
Alpha 2, clock 2.
Alpha 2, clockwise 2.
And 2 turns on M9 through 12.
On M10. I'm going to adjust my body position a little bit here.
Okay, copy that. And did you get 2 turns on one of the bolts?
10.
2 on 10.
Turns on 9.
2 turns on 9.
Turns on 12.
2 on 12.
Turns on 11.
Copy. 2 on 11. That's 2 on M9 through 12. Roger, over to you. We're going to install the mid-strut L7 to upper strut L7. Maneuver in the APFR as required. And I've got PGT settings for you when you're ready.
7. I'm looking at M24 bolt. Is that going into L7?
That is it, M24. And you're going to drive M24 to torque with Bravo 1, clock 2.
I can hand start it if that works.
Over to you.
I'm going to hand start it just to keep it in as soon as I got it started.
Sounds good.
There's 2 turns hand started, and Bravo 1 clockwise 2.
Copy. 2 turns hand started, Bravo 1, clock 2. Good readback. You can drive M24 to torque.
Now 2 hours and 45 minutes into today's spacewalk, Rajachari is currently installing a mid-strut to the upper right strut, previously installed to the 3A mass canister.
Good catch. Looks like 4.5 turns. I had a low torque, so I can hit it again. Red light, looks flush, black line.
Copy. You can hit it again. 4.5 for a total of 6.5 with a low torque. Go to hit it again.
Good green light, maybe a quarter turn, 12.0. Like 0.4 turns is what the PGT says.
Good green light, and I heard you earlier say the black line is flush. All right, it's a good M24. You can stow your PGT. Say again, Kayla?
On the PGT.
I just said you broke up on your last call, so we might have missed something you said.
Okay, that's a good M24.
PGT, and I'm looking for a go to drive M9 through 12.
You can drive M9 through 12, the torque.
M9, 4 turn, torque 3.7 with a green light.
Green light, 4 turns on M9. And Roger, if you haven't already, you can install the pit pin to the grounding block.
Pit pin's installed.
5 turns on M10, green light, 3.6 on the torque.
M10, 5 turns, green light.
And the MLI is installed as well, that I can reach. MLI over the mountain back.
Green light, 3.7, 4 turns on M12.
4 turns, green light, M12. And stand by on the MLI there.
Getting a good spot for M11. About 4.5 turns on M11, 3.7 on the torque, green light.
Copy, M11, 4.5 turns, green light. We're 3.5 minutes to sunset. Okay, Kayla, once you put your PGT away, you can release EV2's RET from the right mid strut and then verify the MLI is covering the side pad clevis.
MLI is covering the side pad clevis, the pit pin's in place, and in work on Roger's RET.
Copy.
See ya.
All right, so next thing we're going to work on is the clamps and the MLI. And so the right mid-strut adjustment collar, all the struts have been good so far. And so Kayla, if your BRT to the mid-strut handrail, minimize normal and torsional loads into the mid-strut. Counter torque wrench loads, please. And so you can translate to the right mid-strut collar bolts.
Roger.
and then verify the middle locking tip pin can reach the receptacle, but do not install it yet.
It is tight, but it can get there, I think. And that is.
All right, thanks, Kayla. And so I've got PGT settings, and we're going to drive collar bolts M25 and 26. We're looking for Bravo 7 clock 2 with the long PGT.
Kayla Barron.
Bravo 7 clockwise 2 is what we're looking for.
Affirm. That's a good read back. And you're going to drive bolts M25 and M26 to torque.
NASA astronaut Kayla Barron currently being seen on screen with a PT designated EV1 with the red stripe. She has her pistol grip tool where she's driving 2 bolts on the mid-strut collar.
Get a little bit higher here.
And Kayla, just a reminder, we do have that shorter socket if that would help for reach as an option. Turns green light.
Now on M26. Alright, that was 4 turns on M26 with a green light, 25.4, but I'm still seeing
to ratchet clockwise. Check the MTL to 30.5.
I'm in ratchet clockwise and MTL's in 30.5.
Okay, we're going to manually ratchet M25 and 26 to torque. We're looking for 2 pops on each one.
Figuring out my best body position here. A little bit challenging.
It is, and you know, holding the very top over the display with one hand and the bottom underneath the battery is one great position, and you can also counter the torque doing that if you're able to reach it that way. We are 1:45 from a handover.
to get any leverage on this. Oh, there's one pop.
Indoor, yeah.
Copy. We heard one pop, and we just a reminder, we have that shorter socket if you think that'll help.
Pop.
2 good pops.
The right struts have been installed. The crew has begun torquing down the adjustment collar bolts, and the crew is currently 25 minutes ahead of the timeline.
Quiet on the phone, and it came off there.
And Roger, Ike, did you call?
No, just talking to Kayla.
One pop.
Copy, 1 pop, and we're 10 seconds to a handover.
Two pops.
Done.
Copy, 2 pops, 25 to 26.
My next thing is
Allies and wire side.
yeah.
All right, Kayla, Ike, back with you. And did you get any additional turns on 25 and 26?
Hard to say, really. I was throwing the PGT, the butt of the PGT, maybe an eighth of a turn, probably 4 or 5 times.
Okay, so maybe a half a turn, somewhere between a quarter and a half a turn. And is that on each?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay, we copy. Thank you. You can reset your PGT to motor. Verify MTL is still 30.5.
I can still get it, so I'll reset it to motor next time I get it out. I go to install the pit pin.
Okay, and your last call was quite choppy. Yes, you can release the folded MLI and install the middle pit pin in the final location, routed under the same side of the MLI as the lanyard anchor. And Roger, now that the right collar bolts are driven to torque, you can close the mid-strut mounting bracket MLI.
Right, we may have a problem with this pit pin. Yeah.
Say,
Push it back.
and it should actuate pushing or pulling. Go ahead.
What's happened, Ike, is I think the washer and grounding washer has like pushed too far, like it's overextended, so the I think that it should be above the ball bearing, like all of those pieces. It's below the ball bearing right now. Is that how it should be?
They're starting to move. Oops.
Oh, and it just came apart.
Yeah, we agree with your assessment that it should be above. Stand by.
The two pin just came apart, Ike.
Yeah.
Got some of it, but not all of it.
The washer and the grounding, that piece is still there, but the end pieces, like the ball bearings, looks like they came off. Washer is free.
I don't know that. Sorry.
We copy. Thanks for that description.
So Ike, let me tell you what I've got here. I lost the washer in the middle. I got the lanyard. Actually, that washer might have been the retaining washer at the end. The pieces I've got remaining, I've got the spring, kind of a thick metal washer, and then the lanyard back on above the pit pin. I think the washer, we lost the washer that was on the end. And that had like popped over the detent and was jammed. And when I was trying to push it back on, it came apart.
I think electrically you'll still be good when you install that. As long as it stays in.
I can get it there.
And Kayla confirmed that when you install the pit pin, the lanyard will still be connected, right? So I think we're missing a piece, but it should still function. Would you agree?
So I installed it just because that was the best way. Sorry, something in my throat. The best way to keep it from getting lost. And
Copy. It's installed.
What I see is I have the receptacle, then the lanyard, then the washer, the thick washer, and the spring.
Copy. Receptacle, lanyard. And do you think that it will stay in?
I do, yeah. I think, you guys got,
sorry, do you have my HECA view of it?
Yeah, I'm wondering if you guys can see it on my HECA. Yeah, I do think it'll stay in. I just need to be careful not to pull on the ring and pull it out.
Yep, don't pull on the ring. We can see it in your HECA. It does look like it's installed, and we've got a couple questions just to see if it's going to serve its function. So we're talking it over. Give a second.
Okay.
John, keeping the parts that were on there.
I tried to catch that washer, but I think I had no chance.
All right, EV1, EV2, we're going to continue. The pin is installed. We'll leave it installed. That's a good config. And so you've released the folded MLI, installed the pin. You can now close the MLI around the collar bolts.
Can you reach that, Rasta?
Yep. Almost good. There we go. See if there's no more slack on that end. No, all right. Over the cam on the side so you can pull it back your way if you need to.
Now 3 hours and 3 minutes into today's spacewalk, recapping some of the milestones for today. NASA astronauts Kayla Barron and Raja Chari switched to battery power at 7:12 a.m. Central Time, 8:12 a.m. Eastern Time. They got over into their work site on the starboard fore truss at the 3A power channel. So far, they have successfully installed the upper brackets and center pad to the mast canister, as well as installed the left and right struts. They are currently inserting clamps as well as covering brackets with the multi-layer insulation.
Confirm I'm going for a short wire tie.
I'll have to give you one of mine.
I think I have enough that I can do this side, Roger. Oh, no, you're right. You do have to give me one.
Yeah, because otherwise you'll be short on the other side when I'm doing the bag.
Are you with us, Ike?
Yeah, I'm with you. And I hear you guys talking about the wire ties, so you're going to install them on the telescoping end, one near the mid-strut collar and one near the clevis end.
Can you just confirm it's a short wire tie?
A short wire tie on both A-firm.
And I'm going to give her one off my BRT. I don't have the reach, kind of like we saw in the EBAT run, to be able to get to it. So I'll pass off one of my shorts to Kayla.
Copy that. EV2 passing off a short wire tie to EV1.
Okay, I've got one installed with 3 half twists. I'm get a little closer to you, Roger, and then okay, good. Let me grab a right.
Copy the collar side wire ties installed.
Right off.
Roger.
All right, Kayla, working on the second wire tie, and Raja, you can egress the APFR and retrieve the short PGT and the torque wrench from the right lower strut.
The ratchet. Okay.
Half twist on the second wire tie.
Copy, second wire tie installed. All right, so now we're going to work on the left mid-strut adjustment collar. And so you can translate to the left mid-strut adjustment collar bolts.